How you doing, folks? Welcome to the Paint Along with Fritz. My daily paint along. Daily, because I do these like every day. A few hours a day, getting some painting in. There's always something to paint in this hobby. See who joins us today. Starting a little earlier. Past a couple days. Let's see what we can get done today. I put a little bit too much water in there. I have to get some more spackling in here. It's a little bit too runny. Because I can't see. Could just put sand in there. Probably should anyway, get a little texture going. This is actually grit, it's not sand, but that'll work just the same. It's actually pretty good now. I'm gonna have to get some more sand. This should be okay. I could just put some more spackle in it too. Let's get a little more spackle in there, I think. And there's my knife. There we go. Let's use the knife. Too loud. And we're going to put some paint in there. Any dark earthy colors, even black. Just going to darken it up. I don't have any. Or do I? What's this? Is that purple or brown? God, I can't tell. Man, that's still a little bit runny. What's going on here? How much water did I put in that thing? Alright, that's much better. That's fine. That is good. I always put a wash over this anyway. Brown it up even more. But this is a nice, good color. Main thing is that if it ever chips, which it won't in my case, but if it ever chips, it won't be white. So let's see what happens here. Hope you guys can join me, get some stuff done today. I'm going to be working all week on the bases. I'll probably get these all done today. And we're going to work on painting some what are they? US Paras as well. Let's use this lid. Again, probably not a good idea, but we're going to do it anyway. We're going to see what happens here. Let's see if this is going to work. It'll definitely work, but I want to bring up the edges around the base because it's beveled, and I don't like beveled bases. Let's slop on some extra there. Do not like beveling on my bases. So I'm going to try and raise that. Got a little bit too much on there. Boy, I'm just all over the place today. Don't need this much. What is that? We'll worry about the edges later. Right now I just want to get around the feet and the gun. Okay, let's build up those edges and see how that goes. I was thinking of using green stuff, but I don't know if I want to use all that green stuff on this for this purpose. There's gonna be a lot on this base because it's big. The main reason I do this is because I don't like grabbing the base of the figures when I move the bases around, because that's what happens. It's annoying. What do you think about getting up here? I gotta do some work here. Try and get all these bases done today. It shouldn't take too long. Bevel remover. Shouldn't have to do this, but here we are. Maybe I could use a little flat edge. I wonder if that would help. A little flat edge. That's better. I can't really show it off. See, I took away the beveling. That's so blurry. Yeah, that'll work. put it over here to dry a little bit. Maybe I'll touch it up again. I'm going to do these 2 pack 40s. And then I'm going to do 6 bases, small bases, which are for my command. We'll see how that works. And I do have coffee. Don't want to forget my coffee. Oh man, I'm gonna have to take some pictures. Hope I can make a progress video on this. From opening the box to getting it completely painted, a little customization. Hit the beach. That might be interesting. Oh, I didn't paint the rods on the... It's funny how you notice these things that you look over while you're painting. It's really no big deal though. I always go back and touch these up later anyway. Number one is to get them painted decent and on the table. That's number one. Let's not worry about all this detailed stuff. Get them on the table. Could see a little spot in the front there I can't get to, which is probably going to be showing. I'm going to have to dab some glue in there, I think, and flock it. Drop some flock in there. Now it's black from the primer. Into Liebe. Oh. Okay. Now we'll get those edges. Right on dented helmet. Give me a second here. Just started. Damn. Okay, let's see how that works. That's good for now. Come back to that later. Touch it up. Get those edges. Bevel remover. That's what we're doing today. A little bevel removing. Ah. Let's see what Dennet Helmet, my good friend, has to say today. It's warm in here. 76 degrees, mostly sunny. Could have fooled me. It looked mostly sunny out there to me. Hey, Fritz, good afternoon. Can't stay for long, though. Gotta make some fiddles. Gotta make some fiddles here soon. Fiddles? A little fiddling? Viddles. 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 Slang here in America for little foods. Food stuff. These times are tough for me. Everyone's just getting home and all. What's that basing material? That is your greatest friend in the hobby of miniature wargaming. Spackle. That's the brand name. It's basically sheetrock. Not putty. It's water-based joint compound. Typically called spackling. And I buy a big tub of it and I put it in the small little tub to work with. I add some paint, in this case a brown. I add the little texture by throwing in some sand or grit. And if I want it like concrete, I'll add a little glue. Not to this though, because the whole thing, it'll ruin it. It'll go solid. But if I want it to be long lasting and like concrete, I'll add white glue to it. And yeah, put it away. If it gets a little hard later on from storage, you just add a little water. Boom, back in action. I added a little too much water this time and it got a little runny. I just added more grit and sand and a little bit more spackling to thicken it up a little bit. Man, I have used this for so many things besides sheetrocking, drywall. I have used it for basing. I've used it for terrain making. It makes great cliff edges or rock outcrops. I've used it for roof. I've used it for texture on buildings. It's so useful. I made a video on it, actually. Maybe you saw it. And it's cheap. Come on. Well, there you go. That's how I use it. I put it in a little icing container. A little lid for storage. And away we go. Makes a good earthy texture. What the heck is that? Makes a good earthy texture. Can't see that, it's blurred. I'll come back and add a little more on the edges when this is a little bit more drier. And if I'm still not happy, I'll just sand it a little bit. I want these flat edges. I want to get rid of the beveling. So it takes a little more effort in this case. But yeah, I think that's going to work fine. So those are the 2 biggest bases. Now I'm going to do the 6 small bases. That should go quicker. I got 6 of those. Not 2. I'll have to check out the recipe. Serious, get your... Oh, you got spackling. Use it. It's so freaking good. So much. It's versatile. Well, glad you stopped in to say hi, Dennet Helmet. I'll be here. I just started half an hour ago, so I'll be here till about 5:30, 6 o'clock, maybe 6:30. I really want to get these based textured up today, all of them. Jake comes tomorrow, and he'll be here all night. Sunday. So tomorrow's stream, I'll have Jake in here painting with me. So we probably won't be playing. But he enjoys the painting for sure, so I hope you're around to join me tomorrow. That's great. I appreciate it, Dennet Helmet. Keeps me company. Same time tomorrow, I'm sure. Maybe I don't know. Depends on when Jake gets here. Usually the same time. Same time as I usually do. I don't like schedules. Things are always changing for me. I gotta get my coffee. Let's work on one of these small bases before I do that. Let's see what challenges await with this size base. Give it a little plop. I use an old brush to put it on. Gotta get around all the little feet. fill in any gaps between the model and the base. I didn't paint the bases of the miniatures. They're just primed black. So I gotta kind of make sure I put the spackling all over the base so we don't see that black. Do that first, and then I'll worry about the edges of the base. Just build up a little. Get some more on there. This is not enough. Use a little popsicle stick to kind of flatten those edges a little bit. Wish this was a little thicker. All right, let's see how that works. That's good. That's good. Much better. Yeah, this will take a while. What is this? Something got in my spackle. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Alright, these guys got 3 guys on it. A little more crowded. Okay, and I'm going to do the edge. Okay. That's half of them. Yeah, this is going to take me. I think I'll do some mediums. I'm curious how long that's going to take. There's only 4 guys on these. I'm going to do 2 of those. They'll be next. Anyway, I hope you guys are watching in and getting some stuff done too. Well, That's why I'm here. Getting some stuff painted. That's what it's all about. Getting those projects done, underway, started, finished off. Whatever the case may be. I'm here to provide you the ambiance to get you through the task. For sure. I think I'll get my coffee. But pardon me, folks, I'll be right back. All right. Got some hazelnut today. Let's plop on some here. Get the old plop. This also has the effect of adding some weight to your base, which is a thing. You do them with plastic bases and plastic miniatures. Feels like you're moving around a feather. Doesn't feel like it should, at least for me. Should have some substance to it. It feels like it's nothing. That annoys me. It's like putting washers or pennies on in your tank models that are plastic. Add some weight that way. So yeah, spackling has a tendency to add a little weight and heft to them. I think it's actually easier to work with the medium base. The small base has 3 guys on it, so it's pretty crowded. The medium base has 4 guys. That's a much bigger base, so yeah, I'm noticing that right away here. Thankfully, the majority of the bases are mediums. Pack 40s were kind of crowded too. Even though they're even bigger, it's just That big pack 40 sitting there. It's a lot easier to get between these guys' feet. There we go. That looks pretty fine. Now let's get that edge. It really is annoying, these beveled edges. They're plastic too, so it's really hard to pick these things up without touching the models. I can't tell you how many broken gun barrels I had on my models because of that. Paint coming off. Well, not really. I seal my models, so that's not really an issue, but still. Shouldn't be touching the models. These are not game pieces to me. Are, but they're not. They're a little bit more. Just run a straight edge along this to kind of clean it up. Not bad. One issue I get is that when I put that spackling on the edges, I kind of create like a little raised edge around the perimeter, which is kind of annoying as well. So I got to kind of pull that back and blend it in, just like this. Because that might be noticeable after I flock it. But yeah, it's a lot better. Once these get a little more dry, I'm gonna go back and touch them up, maybe add a little more spackle to get that edge nice and flat, and even sand it if I have to, clean it up a little bit. It's a little extra work. But like I said, starting this all over again after half a dozen years, because I did Flames of War before and had massive collections of Germans and Americans, some British, all kinds of stuff. One of the things that annoyed me was these beveled bases. I said, now that I'm doing it over again, starting from scratch, I'm going to make sure those bevels are not there. I was going to buy some Litgo bases, but I did buy some Litgo bases actually. This way I could take advantage of the plastic. That's alright. Maybe save a little money. Yes, YouTube is a lot better now ever since I stopped using Restream. So yeah, that was the cause of my problems. Kept disconnecting me. Past week was really bad. So whatever. Won't use Restream. See if that's it. Sure enough, it was. So far, anyway. Looks pretty good. Here's one of the Let Go bases. Oh, that's perfect. See that nice flat edge? It's great. I think these are the 3mm thick, though. That's a little too thick for what I would want. Because you put the guys on top of this, they're even taller. And since my tanks don't have bases, I don't want to use the 3mm thick ones. I think there's a millimeter and a half size that they do, which is perfect. It's very thin, but no beveling. And once you put the spackle on top, you get a base that's like that thick at the end of the day. So that works. But I thought about it and said, you know what? I'm going to be putting spackle on these anyway, so why don't we just do that and we use these plastic bases? And I think that's a logical way to do it. I would think. And so far, it seems to be working perfect. It's a lot of spackle. Hey, that's okay. Like I said, it adds a little weight to the base, right? Let me plop on a little more spackle. Check my chat here. Gotta do some spackle plopping. Let's put a big blob in the back here. Something to work with. What is that? I've been switching between square and round for skirmish games. Going round from here out. Yeah, it's like round bases are meant for skirmish gaming. I mean, come on. I don't know why, but that's how it works. Somehow it adds to the aesthetic, that geometry of the round circle. Because you're not in formation, right? Why would it be square? Like with modern wargaming, when would you ever put them on squares? Ever. And I'm talking World War II, that sort of thing. Unless you liked squares, I don't see the reason. But for not modern stuff, like Napoleonics and things, I don't know. Because you can play some, they line up better for formations and for playing rules besides skirmish games. And that's a good reason to keep them on squares. Like if you played Warhammer, but you also use the figures for, say, Dragon's Rampant. I don't know if that unit, Dragon's Rampant, uses formations or not. But I'd probably have everything on square bases in that case. Especially if I play a lot of Warhammer. Or Oathmark or Midgard or something. Don't have to use Sabo bases or anything, just put them on. I don't know. It's mostly an aesthetic for the individual. Some models are square bases. Don't rank up. Some models in square bases don't rank up well either. Well, round bases can turn to fit. That's true. There you go. There you go. Yeah, you could always use Sabo bases. You know, bases with the little slot for them to drop in. That's a really good idea. If you tend to use them for different kind of games, then it doesn't matter if they're round or square. Depends on what you're doing. We wargamers like to keep our options open because you never know when the next set of rules comes out to capture our attention, and who wants to rebase? How you doing, Houston Beer and Pretzel War? What a moniker that is. I like that. Beer and Pretzel Wargaming over there in Houston. Fantastic. How you doing, my friend? Welcome to my impromptu, semi-regular, kind of regular, paint along, where I provide the ambiance to your war game painting. Oh, that's right, I got music playing at the same time. Well, I am providing ambiance, maybe a little conversation, perhaps some entertainment, definitely informative. Anyway. Let me catch up on the chat here. Happy Friday all. Going around from here. Blah, blah. Some models and square. I read that. Hello, Houston. How's it going, Fritz? I'm doing absolutely fantastic. At least that's what my fans tell me. But, so far, so good. Kings of War, some of their models don't rank up very well. Oh boy, you talk about problem. If you ever played Warhammer back in the 80s and 90s, the 90s, there was so much of that as an issue. Oh, because the figures are all individual based, square figures, and they got to be ranked up all the time. So it could be different every time you bring them to fight on a battle. So they're always getting in each other's way. They're notorious for spears and glaives and stuff sticking out over the edge. And you know, how do you rank these guys up? It was always a pain. I think that's one reason GW went to 1-inch bases on Warhammer the Old World currently. They should have did that a long time ago. That said, I do like the smaller 20 mil bases. The funny thing with Kings of War is that they don't really use individual based units, now do they? You're supposed to do those little multi-figure bases and make little dioramas. I guess you could do that. But that's a whole different game. Great. Second Monday night of every month, we get together in the central Houston for dinner, beer, and you guessed it, folks, gaming. That's great, man. That's great. What's the gaming scene like down there? You get a lot of folks involved there? In your regular little scheduled meetings? You get a lot of folks, a lot of different games? Or is it all pretty much focused on, you know, maybe one game and a bunch of people playing multiplayer or something? What's going on there? Pretty active? Pretty active? Usually a multiplayer minigame. Well, there you go. Question answered. Are you retired, Fritz? Semi-retired. We'll say semi-retired. Or in Europe, not Europe, I'm in the northeast of the United States of America, which is currently 76 degrees Fahrenheit and sunny. It's pretty nice. I don't mind multi-base Kings of War, says Dennis, so I can use the minis in other games. There you go. That's the war gamer inside you talking, Dennis. Nope, different war game each month. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. You got a channel? You must have a channel. You got videos on there? I'll look you up. I'll check you out right now. Houston Beer and Pretzel Wargaming, folks. General Quarters 3, World War II Naval. Is that the game I always enjoyed? That I used to play long time. Was it General Quarters? Man, it's been so long. There was Sea Krieg, there was Sea Power, there was what's that other one? What, I can't think. The one by geez, I can't think of who made it. I'm looking right at it right now. Oh, Clash of Arms, their system that they made with Fear God and Dreadnought. They had a World War II one. They got a pre-Dreadnought one. That's a really good series. I think that was my favorite, though. Fear God and Dreadnought. I played that a few times. That was extremely enjoyable. Got to get back into naval gaming, man. I love it. And Mondays, not much of a streamer. Aww. Don't have any videos? I did do some online gaming and interviewing of game designers during COVID. Well, can I? Well, check out your channel. I'm gonna check it out. Let me see if I could copy that. Let me see. Can I click this? I forgot how to do things on here. Oh, Control C. Let me bring that up. Whoops, I did a Google search. That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to YouTube. What am I doing? I gotta search in YouTube. I keep putting it in the web browser. There you go. Let's go over to 21 subscribers. So you got some subscribers. Let's show it off here and see what's going on. See what's going on in the world of Houston wargaming. Check it out. Look at that. What was this? Shadows of Harn. What is it? Harn World thing? Oh, it looks like I watched it before. More about the channel. Have we ever spoken before? I don't know. I don't know. Joined back in 2011. Booker T. Washington High School's 2022 graduation. All right, there you go. There you go. Yeah, that's good. What am I looking at here? These top ones. Billion Suns. Kitty litter scenario. That sounds interesting. Check your 6. Have I ever played that? I don't think so. What else you got? Fireball forward. Panzer Corps. What a tanker. Wow, 5 years ago? Man, you gotta get back to doing this, man. Let me check one out. You guys won't hear this, but I'm gonna let's see. I looked at this one for some reason. Shadows of Harn. Let me click that. See what's going on. This looks like Roll20. Is that Roll20? I haven't used Roll20 in forever. All right. I was evidently watching this. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Well, I'll give you a subscription in hopes of more videos coming soon. You guys watching the channel, if you want to go over there and motivate, get him to make some new videos because it's pretty good. I was watching before. He's got some RPG action. You know, I love my RPGs. I'm going to put that in the chat here so you guys can check him out over on YouTube. Got to support each other over here, folks. Got to support each other. There we go. Roll20 during COVID. Discord. Campaign. What were you playing? What was the rules? According to OBS. Blah, 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 blah. No problem, man. I hope it gives you some motivation. You put some stuff out there, man. Show off what you're doing. You know, you could be inspiring people you never even realized you were. That's one thing I've learned about this streaming nonsense. Right, dented helmet. D&D 5e. I played a campaign of 5e back when it first came out, when the game was actually good. You guys know my feelings about Wizards of the Coast and 5e. I won't go into it here. But I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed 5e. Back when it first came out, the advantage-disadvantage system was great. It was fantastic. It still had an old school feel in there, but it was new, and the game was very free form, which I love. You could be creative and do stuff. More about heroics, less about exploration, but still, I enjoyed it. I played a campaign in Midgard, which is Kobold Press's world they designed. I played some stuff there. I actually recorded it on my channel way back. And yeah, I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it so much that even though I moved away from it and played other games, I did pick up the Tales of the Valiant game, which is basically 5e. Right, I'm closing the wrong window here. This thing. Tales of the Valiant, Monster Vault Pocket Edition. And this is basically 5e on steroids. Much better version of the game, I think. Tweaked where it needed to be. And if you enjoy 5e mechanics and still like a heroic game as opposed to an old school type game, I highly recommend Tales of the Valiant. Yeah, that's my plug for that. Anyway, moving on. I own the Harn campaign setting since college in the mid-'80s. Well, you must have quite a collection. I have a few of the modules sent to me by my good friend Squirrel Hermitage. Squirrel Hermit, you might know him. And he was kind enough to send along some of the Norse-themed areas of Harn. But I haven't collected it. That's pretty vast. I haven't gotten into it like he does. Yeah, so I know what you're talking about with Harn World. It's great stuff. I've another good friend of mine. He sometimes comes in the chat. I think, like you, he's a big fan of Harn World, and he's got everything basically. If he doesn't have a paper version, he's got the PDF. Massive collection of Harn World. He's a big fan of that. So there you go, Harn World. So what do you normally do? Are you more of a war gamer, a board gamer, or an RPG player, or all the above? Kind of like me, if it's all the above. Excuse me. Pardon moi. Making my coffee here. Coffee's catching up with me. Give me a moment here while I finish this base before it dries and I can't work with it. Gotta have priorities, folks. Prioritize. In fact, I gotta put a little water in this. Man, how long was I talking? we go. Came in late. What are you basing? All the above. Good. Good man. I don't see enough folks like that. Gave me ADHD. There's a channel named Gamer ADHD. I think there is. I think I'd watch him. Well, you fit in. You fit right in. Do you do the miniatures thing? Paint miniatures too? Like I'm doing right now? Oh, I'm not really painting. I'm just basing my figures. Worked on them all week. I'm working on a project. It's the starter set for Flames of War 4th edition, Hit the Beach. And I love starter sets. They're nice little projects for me. And I'm currently finishing up the infantry, the German infantry. I'm an old hat at Flames of War 3rd edition. I played it to death. Got out of the hobby. Sold everything off. And just what, maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, I decided I'm going to get back into it. And here I am, starting all over. Basically the same armies, same theater that I did before, although I'm approaching it a little differently. I never really gave 4th edition a chance. I played it like twice, maybe once. And now I just got out of it. But somehow, when I used to be into this, I created some nostalgia for myself. And sure enough, here I am once again enjoying this beautiful hobby of World War II gaming with Flames of War. So yeah, that's my project. That's what I'm doing. Got my 9-year-old nephew really interested. He's been playing it. Among other things, I got actually a lot of projects going on right now, but this is my focused one right now. World War II. Here we are again, my friends. Alright, let's fix this up a little bit. And then we'll read the chat again because I'm so focused right now. So focused, it's ridiculous. Gotta see what folks are saying. Probably making fun of me or something. Can't have that going on. Gotta keep people in line around here. And yes, I'm getting rid of the beveling on these bases. I don't like beveling on my bases. So I'm actually going the extra step here and removing the beveling. Can't hack it. I hate it. Not bad. I enjoy doing the medium bases better. These 3-figure ones are a bit crowded. Huff and Puff. Yep, mostly 15mm, 28mm World War. Oh, there you go. Fellow World War II-ness right there. I'm going to be doing 28mm as well. I'm going to get in for the first time because I've never played these games. I've painted up 28mm Warlord games and stuff, World War II stuff before, and I usually sell them, but I'm going to keep them. And I'm going to start playing some bolt action. some Chain of Command, maybe even some Conflict 47. Thanks to Nerd's Nerd, she's really turning me on to the Conflict 47 era or genre of gaming, the weird World War II stuff. So I'm going to be doing that myself. I played a lot of Flames of War when it came out. Ran some tournaments at a couple cons. Then when the second edition came out, I decided I just couldn't spend the money for all the new books again. I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. There's no reason you can't keep playing the same edition, though. Anyway. Gave up on the game and now have repurposed my Flames of War minis for the new rule systems Battle Group, Rommel, and O Group. The very 3 sets of rules I was talking about yesterday. So Houston here knows what I'm talking about. I don't even have to bring it up again. Anyway, recently picked up Studio Tomahawk's V for Victory. Looks pretty good, he says. V for Victory. The Saga folks. Musket and Tomahawk folks. Vive le France. Corey Runyon finally arrives. It's been a while, but there he is. I've been watching some Appalachian Trail videos, and I was surprised to see that most of the rattlesnakes are in PA. What's your rattlesnake experience? You sure you want to go down that hole? There's some rattling down there, Corey. I don't know. Risky business. Risky indeed. Let me back up here. So yeah. O Group, Battle Group, Rommel. Rommel's a great game. Different. All 3 of those rules you just mentioned. I would include Flames of War. All 4 of those sets of rules are my favorites. Number 1 is Flames of War. Number 2 would be O Group. Number 3 would be Battle Group. And lastly would be Rommel. And they're all different. Fantastic games. And I play each of them, or I have played each of them, to get different experiences because they are so different from each other. Different levels of abstraction, different levels of focus, you know. So I enjoy all 4 of those rules, including the 3 you mentioned. So I get where you're coming from. Good stuff all around. And the good thing is, you know, World War II basing isn't a concern for the most part. You can use all your figures with all these different sets of rules, really regardless of the basing. Flames of War basing is fine with all these rules, even with Battle Group. That's really intended for 1/7/2 scale, individually based figures. But I've played it with Flames of War bases. I've played it with individual figure based models. I've done it both ways, 15 mil mainly. And yeah, it's all still good. No problems with the basing. And Corey, snakes. Rattlesnakes are right on this mountain, right next to me. They seldom come down off that mountain. But if you go horseback riding up on that mountain, or if you go quadding, which I have done, you got to be careful. I've seen rattlesnakes. I've never been bitten. Copperheads are probably a bigger threat, especially down here in this area off the mountain. I've seen copperheads on job sites. I've seen them here in my backyard. I've heard tales of their nastiness, but yeah, that's my experience. Much bigger threat is probably bears, which have been in my front yard many times. Even cougars. We got it all. Got it all. And what did you say there? Watching some Mid and Appalachian Trail videos, it's surprised to see most of them and rattlesnakes are in PA. Yeah, probably closer to the mountains. For sure. But yeah, I haven't had any really close calls. I have with copperheads, but not rattles. Thankfully. Rattlesnakes are a way more dangerous threat. Much more venomous. Copperheads really won't. Even though they're venomous, they're not. Doesn't really affect humans to any major degree. Small animals, children, maybe. You got to be careful of that. But they're vicious, man. And they don't have no rattle. They'll get you. You say Houston, you're talking Texas, right? They got some rattlesnakes down there. Well, there you go. Got any stories, Houston, for us? Little rattlesnake encounters? I got a lot of friends and family down Texas way. Not as much as Florida, but Texas for sure. I hope to travel to Texas when I make my big journey, touring the south of the United States, because I'm a traveling man. If you don't know, I've traveled all through the United States, especially the northern states, or close to the north. Haven't been through the south, strangely, oddly, and I intend to. Maybe even one day move to Arizona. If not Florida. If not Texas. "14th Historic Wargaming Con, Texas Broadside." I think I've heard of that. Don't know much about that one. Yes. Surprisingly, no rattlesnake encounter in the wild. Wow. Nerdy Ogre comes in the chats here. He's down in Texas way. I don't remember exactly where he's at. I don't remember. He's told me many times. I don't remember what part of Texas. He's down there. Maybe he'll drop in today. Excuse me. Before it was closed to the public, we ran our con aboard the USS Texas. Did you really? Broadside. I've heard of that before. Are you part of the organization committee, as we'd like to call it? Are you part of the stuff going on there, or is it just something you take part in? Is it a bigger con? It must be, because I don't think I would know of it if it wasn't. That would be cool. When I definitely come through that way, I'm going to make sure I do it at a time where I could not only meet up with folks and play some games, but also maybe visit some conventions. If the timing is right, I could do that. That would be awesome, actually. I love making friends from all these different states because it's just convenient for me. It's like I can, show up in your back door. Hey, it's me. I'm live streaming right now. Let's play some games. I have a place to sleep and eat. Now, I make a lot of friends. I got people I can actually visit and play some games with. Don't know if Houston there would be willing to play a game with me. He might not take to the old Fritzaroonie here. Might have to slap me around. Show up in his backyard. I am the organization committee. Well, there we go. There we go. Some of the other club members volunteer to run games, but I am the organizer. So it's not really a big one. Not a major con. We have Mike Dennison, designer GMT's Last 100 Yards, joining us. Wow, that sounds kind of a big deal. Okay. The Texas Broadside. Corey chimes in. I ran into 2 rattlesnakes in the Arizona desert. I bet you did. And they rattled and rattled at me. I jumped back before I knew what was happening. And it was like instinct or something. The sound threw me off. I bet it did, Corey. You're lucky. Lucky you didn't get a couple teeth there sunk in your flesh. 30 attendees. Well, that's pretty good. That's nothing major, but that's pretty good. That's how these bigger conventions get started. So, there you go. That's pretty good. Keep promoting it, man. Get yourself a website, a Facebook community, Facebook group. Start marketing that. You'd be surprised how many people you'd bring in. I wonder where I heard it before. The Broadside. It's like I know of a game convention with Broadside in it. I don't think it would be yours. It might be. Maybe I did hear of it. I don't know. Just seems familiar. Unless there's another convention somewhere, which could be. I don't know much about the smaller cons down south. Of course, I haven't been down there, so. I know NashCon down in Nashville, Tennessee. I have a number of friends down there, including Corey. Not Corey Runyon. Corey from, I can't remember his last name for some reason. Damn, I can't remember it. Corey from Cigar Box Battle Mats. You guys know him. Yeah, he's always talking about the convention. I might go there. Check out that con. That's interesting to me. The Johnny Reb Gaming Society has their game events there as well. And as you know, I'm a big fan of Johnny Reb 2nd Edition. So, if that ever becomes a project for me again, that's what I'm going to be doing. We have one. I was inspired by the Heat of Battle Wargame Convention put on several years back, World War II Museum. Oh, cool. In NOLA. N-O-L-A? What's that, NOLA? Northern L? What is NOLA? NOLA. Acronyms. Let me get the base in here before I forget what I'm doing. Corey Onion tells us tales of rattlesnake encounters. Right. You know what? Let me turn on Jeeves. New Orleans. Oh, okay. Let me turn on Jeeves here so I can hear you guys. Hold on, I'm gonna turn off my Spotify before I get demonetized. Because you guys listen to tavern music. I get to listen to Spotify. Alright, Jeeves. New Orleans, Louisiana. Alright. I get you now. I know SoCal because I lived there. So that one right there I never heard. Again, never been down south, so I'm a big dummy.
Houston Beer and Pretzel Wargaming says, I was raised in SoCal.
Really? I lived in
Houston Beer and Pretzel Wargaming says, Where did you live and when?
I lived there back in 2009, 2010, and I lived in Pomona. Or was it Claremont? No, it was Pomona. I lived in Pomona, just like 30 minutes outside of LA, and I loved it. The first week I moved there, it was paradise. Times have changed nowadays, but I moved from there to Massachusetts, and then eventually back home to PA, where I've been since 2012. I've been here since. Whereabouts were you? Didn't do any gaming there at the time. I was mostly working, and I was with my, we'll say, lady friend.
Houston Beer and Pretzel Wargaming says, I grew up in the Santa Clarita Valley near Magic Mountain.
Okay. Wow, you grew up there. I was only there for like a year. I loved it. Like I said, if I ever move out west again, which, you know, you never know, I'd probably want to move to Arizona. Get that dry heat that I love so much. I have a lot of Apache reservation friends. A lot of friends out there. So, yeah. California, though, I don't know. Are you still there now? Where are you now? In general terms, you don't have to... Oh, never mind. That was dumb of me. Wow. Where are you now? Never mind. Let's scratch that. Moving on. Yeah. Pardon me, folks. I do have brain damage. Kicks into gear now and then. True story. Yeah, these smaller bases are taking me longer. I'm trying to get rid of the beveling on the plastic bases. I hate beveled bases. I hate it. These freaking things are so hard to pick up. Well, I'm going to fix that. No more beveling. I'm going to spackle the hell out of them. Pardon the French. New Orleans. Well, there you go. How do you like that? California. Okay. Gotta smooth that out just a little bit, clean it up, let them dry a little bit, touch it up later on. Boom, there we go. No beveled nonsense. Well, that looks pretty cool. Small bases, pain in the arse. I used to spend a lot of time. Not a lot of time. I wasn't there that long. Oh, one of my favorite places to go was the... what's the name of the beach? With the blue and white striped lighthouse. The Queen Mary's there. Long Beach, California. I used to go there a lot. Got a lot of nice restaurants on the walkway there. It's a good view. Sitting under the lighthouse or something. Looking at the Pacific there. And that was fun. That was very enjoyable. I don't know what it's like nowadays. I have my doubts, but it used to be where I was. It was just super clean. You didn't see any garbage anywhere on the highway or laying along roadsides. Parks were beautiful. People were friendly. The weather was always blue sky.
6666 says, I still can't get over the immense stupidity of a bard-like character to seduce a humanoid mimic. They have teeth. I don't want to remember that awful movie that had a similar premise.
There you go. Rookie Quad 6. He always comes in with a topic. I have no idea what he's talking about. Boom! He is in the chat. Rookie Quad 6. How you doing, my friend? My friend, how are you doing? How you doing today? Servos. Glad to have you. I'm back working on my Flames of War. Basing today, no paint. Jake will be with me tomorrow streaming. So he's going to help me do some actual painting. If I get the models put together. Oh, these little bases driving me crazy. We're going to finish these two. Move back, get over there. There we go. Make room, make room. Oh, it's looking so much better. Couple pack 40s. They look like they're in the desert. Brown needs to be browned up a little more. They're going to get a wash. I don't like to put too much dark paint in my spackling, because what I usually do after I put the spackle down is I give them a wash, which really darkens up the recesses. And because this is a lighter shade, gives us some nice, beautiful highlights after the wash. So, I don't like making it too dark. I usually use some strong tone for that. Ooh, geez, I gotta get some more strong tone now that I think about it. I do have inks I could use. Yeah, sometimes I use inks for that, not just strong tone. Use a chestnut color, or a darker brown, which I have over here. I forget what manufacturer they are. Scale 76. No, scale 75. Wonder why I said 76. Probably because 1976 is my favorite year.
6666 says, was just subjected to an awful ad that shouldn't have been on YouTube, and it was unskippable. It showed something that would make any guy queasy in the first 10 seconds before I could reload the page. The Rookie 6666 says, that's why I said that.
Is that the D&D movie advert? Was that guy a bard? I remember the mimic in that. I never watched that, the recent D&D movie they come out with. But anyway, moving on. Quad 6 is talking about an advert in the video.
The Rookie 6666 says, no, it was a horror movie.
A mimic. Gotcha. Okay. Let me see. I can't lean down like this for too long. It's starting to annoy me. Let me put the camera up a little bit. Not that you guys care what I'm painting. I don't show details or anything, which, you know, helps the conversation. Let's see if I hold it like this. Is that okay? Is that okay? It's certainly not focused. That'll work. You guys can see I'm working on something. Let's get at it, because I can't lean down like that no more. This freaking stool is killing me. Gonna have to bring back my other chair. It's killing me, Quad 6. It's killing me. It's doing me in. Sit like this for 3 hours. Alright, so there we go. Good, interesting topics. Rattlesnakes, Texas. Spackle. Speckling. And bad movies.
The Rookie 6666 says, gaming chairs have lumbar support.
They do. I don't have a gaming chair, but I had two. I got a really nice office chair that Kyle sent my way. It's not bad. That's pretty comfy, but I can't sit on it for 3 hours straight. I can't. And I found actually sitting on a hard chair is actually better for me. But still, sitting on anything for 3 hours straight, unless it's a dedicated gaming chair, like you mentioned. Yeah. I don't know, man. Blood to my legs start to cut off. My ass hurts. My back hurts because I'm always leaning back and forth. Normally, when I'm painting offline, which I haven't done in a while, I paint for like 30 minutes or an hour before I get up and do something else because I can come back to it. But when I'm streaming, yeah, I don't get up. I sit here for 3 hours. So I probably should have a gaming chair. It probably would help. I can't really get up and leave the stream when I'm doing this. Although I'm known to do that. Leave you guys hanging for 20 minutes. Where'd Fritz go? They're okay. They'll listen to my tavern music. They're good. Quad 6 will keep the conversation going. He's got this. Or I got one of my co-hosts in here with me. Like Catacles. You guys love Catacles. I know you do. Ars, our good friend from Poland. Or Nikolaus, my good friend from Greece. We all love Nick. Nothing but love, folks. Nothing but love. Yeah, it definitely takes longer, these smaller bases. They're really crowded. 3 guys in this little tiny base. Oh well. Gotta do all this little extra touching up. Definitely worth it though. You know, one more small base and then we could focus on the mediums. Let's turn off Jeeves. So yeah, I will be on tomorrow streaming. We're going to do some painting with Jake. So you guys can look forward to that. Nonsense with Fritz. That's what I should call my stream. Nonsense. Come join me for some nonsense. Some good hobby nonsense. Yes, that's what it is. That sounds about right. Do-do-do-do. There we go. And we'll just clean up the edges, or fix the edges, really. And this base is done. Moving on. Gotta plug my headset back in. Forgot. Just hold on. I've seen you do a lot of live chats about, are you also streaming live gameplay content still? I watched some of your earlier videos when you were recording actual games. I plan to. Because if you don't know, I've been a commission painter for the last 5 years, and I haven't been painting my own stuff. And I basically don't have much. I sold most of my stuff off. But as of early this year, I went into semi-retirement so I could focus. I can get my chutzpah back and focus on doing my own things again, which was probably the best decision of my life. And that's why I'm getting back into this Flames of War. I'm basically building up my collections again, because I don't have anything to do bat wraps. But so far, so good. And my plan is to get back doing not only battle reports, but also live plays, as I like to refer to them. And that's what you're speaking about, the live plays, where I bring people in to play games with me on my table with my miniatures. You get to roll your own dice. And yeah, so I am going to do that again. Just got to get my miniatures in order. My whole living room is dedicated to gaming. But it's just going to take me time to get that stuff back going again. I've got all kinds of projects I'm working on. Fantasy, science fiction, 40K. I've got my historical stuff with World War II, 28 millimeter, 15 millimeter I'm working on. I've got my what was I going to say? All my Ancients medieval games I'm going to start doing again. I've got my 2 armies for feudal Britain over here, so I still got them. But I'm essentially starting from scratch. And I'm okay with that. It's fun. I feel like a noob to the hobby, or a little kid. And I like it. Starting over again. I haven't felt this excited about the hobby in a long time. And it's just going to take me a little bit. Give me time. We'll get there. Of course, I still play my role-playing games. I never stopped doing that. I got a new campaign starting this fall. Pretty soon. I'm still deciding on the rules. And I'm going to bring some of you guys in on my campaign. And yeah. Yeah, so that's where I'm sitting right now. There, I got all the small bases done. Thankfully. They take the longest, and they're the smallest base. Let's bring out another squad here. What are we at so far? 2 hours. And I've got 10 medium bases to do. 10. I don't know if I could do all of them in an hour. So I might go overtime today. Maybe. Or I might put it off. Finish them tomorrow with Jake. We'll see. Sorry, Fritz. I disconnected for a minute. Why are you starting over? Let me see. For the last 5 years, I've been dedicated to commission painting. And it got to a point where it was out of control. And it was burning me out. And I just lost my chutzpah for the hobby. I was painting for other people. I just was not painting stuff for myself. And I had to retire from it. But prior to that, I had to sell most of my miniature collections. I played board games, still collected them. It was hard finding time to play board games. I played role-playing games online with my friends. That's still a big deal with me. I enjoyed out the wazoo. Still did that, but miniatures gaming, I had to sell stuff, to put bread on the table, basically. No regrets, though. I kept a few things here and there, lots of unpainteds, but the vast majority of it's been sold off. All my Warhammer, my 40K, my historicals, Flames of War, all gone. And then I was focused on my commission painting. So I just didn't have time to keep up with my collections or to start new ones. I wasn't playing anymore. Didn't have time for this. And I knew I had to do something. So I went into semi-retirement this year. And I'm okay with that. I've still got a couple commissions I'm working on. And thankfully, my clients are very good people and they're patient with me. And they realize that the last 6 months of my life, I've been pretty much dedicated to myself. And I'm not really doing much. And that's okay. But I intend to get to those before the end of the year. Smaller commissions. And yeah, so I haven't been able to do my own thing. So since I went into retirement here, I'm starting to get my chutzpah back. I'm starting to fall in love with the hobby again, and it's great. I'm excited. I'm doing things I didn't think I would be getting back into. So yeah, it feels great. And the advantage to doing this is that I get to do it a second time, but in a way that might be different from previously, which is good, you know? Like with Flames of War, I'm doing things a little differently, particularly with the basing. So yeah. So that's why folks haven't seen any live plays or bat reps from me in years, because yeah, this is what's been going on. So I feel like a newbie to the hobby. It's like, boy, what do I get into first? Because I don't have nothing. And it's a cool feeling, really. Starting over. And it is funny, because you would think, oh, I did World War II, I did Flames of War and all that nonsense. Why am I doing it all again? I didn't think I ever would, honestly. But thanks to some friends and some motivation and nostalgia, believe it or not, Flames of War is nostalgic for me. It's one of the reasons that I got back into the hobby in 2012. So there's that, and it feels great, man. Triumph for my ancients and medieval games. I plan to go to Historicon and meet up with some folks and do some tournaments. I'm excited about that. Yeah, so that's what's going on. That's why I got out of the hobby, and that's what I'm currently working on and where my head is at. We're going to do all that good stuff again. Only better this time, because I have Jake, who's my 9-year-old great-nephew, and his dad, my nephew, who's been into gaming almost as long as I have, but especially Jake, and he comes into the chats with us. He's just getting into this wargaming stuff and role-playing, and it's all new to him, so it's great to see him get into this, plant the seed and nurture it, because this is a hobby, man, that's going to be with him for the rest of his life, and he'll be grateful for it. And all this stuff that I'm working on is ultimately for him. So yeah. Does that answer the question? Kinda, maybe. Perhaps. Oh, I can't see. I need my glasses. Jeez, I need glasses and an optivisor to be able to paint. How bad is that? Alright, these guys should be a little quicker to get done. Let's do some blobbing. But it'll be fun to play the live plays again. I've talked about that a few times with folks. See if people are still interested in doing it. Dick. Gotta put some water in the spackleage here. Getting a little too thick. So that's my story, and I'm sticking with it. I'm glad there's folks out there that still remember those days. Because YouTube has changed so much. Now, these days, everybody's doing paint and chats. Everybody's doing live plays. But back then, nobody was doing that stuff. We were like the pioneers. It's true. This is long before COVID and all this other nonsense. I think nonsense is the word of the day today. I've used it like 10 times. Things are getting crazy. Nonsensical. What do you think? I gotta tend to my spackle here, I think. It's drying up on me. Let's put it back in there and give it the old spinneroonie. Twist and turning. There's some ambience for you. How do you like that, folks? Pretty nice. War game and ambience. Now I gotta put some on my plate here. Let's take a little at a time. Okay, now we're back in working order here. Yeah, I'm putting a lot more spackle on these bases than I typically do. Not a bad thing. Adds a lot of weight to the base, which I like, and gets rid of the beveling, which I hate. So it's all good. That's something I'm doing different this time around. Whoops. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot on there. That's great, though. I love it. I love it. God, am I going to be able to do all this? Maybe half of them. That would be a platoon. At least if I could get that, I would be happy. I was thinking, you know what? I could get these all done today. Maybe play a game with Jake using them, but now that I think about it, we're not going to probably play anything tomorrow if we're going to be painting. He's got some stuff to get to. So what do you think, folks? What do you think? Is it all for naught? Or is it all worthwhile? I actually like to do these streams where it's not all just painting. I'd like to come on and just chat and hang out. Maybe do a little surfing on the web here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that would be half. Let me put that guy over there. So it's only 3 more bases. That would be half. Half the infantry platoon. Zzz. Commission painting, if it did anything for me, let me turn off this volume. No, let me plug in my headset. That's what I need to do. If it did anything for my hobbying life, it probably gave me patience. I'm very patient. Like, I could start a project and just keep at it non-stop for the most part because of that instilled into me, like, I got to get these done. And there were always big projects. I was working on 300, 400 or more, 500, 1,000 miniature project. And that takes discipline and commitment, and you got to enjoy what you're doing. And I did. And now I'm doing stuff for myself, and it's like I'm doing the same stuff again. And I feel like, wow, I'm really pushing with this. This is pretty good. It's not a commission. I don't have to do this, but it's just like instilled in me now, which is pretty cool. So I did get something out of it. I don't know exactly how I'd word it. Discipline? Painter's discipline? I don't know. I don't push myself. I find my pace and I stick to it. And it's a very comfortable pace to work at. And every project has a different pace. And the big difference with this is there's no stress. As much as I want to get them done and on the table to play with, it's not about the gaming to me. It's about the painting. I enjoy the painting. I enjoy the tactile nature of this painting and crafting and hobbying side of it. More than I do actually rolling the dice and playing the game. Which is great, because most of your hobby is going to be painting and crafting. It's not going to be playing games. Unless you're rich and you can have somebody do it for you. Like me. Oh, let me get this out of the way. So are those late war Germans? Yep. I did some mid-war. I did the Italy campaign. But for the most part, I've always been a big fan of the Normandy and Breakout, Cobra, and all that stuff. Thought about doing East Front. Studied it in school. Fascinated by the East Front part of the war. But I don't know. I'm still up in the air on that. But one thing I am going to do. I am going to dip into the Pacific Theater. Which is something folks have been trying to get me to do for so long. And I am going to do Pacific Theater for the first time. And admittedly, I don't know a whole lot about it, which is good because that's exciting for me because I want to learn. I want to enjoy the learning process. I love learning about new things. So I'm letting that simmer for a while, and I'm going to do the Pacific Theater. That's going to be great. So yeah, these are late war. I think I actually enjoy hosting, teaching, facilitating a game for others than playing myself. Well, I don't know how long you've been in the hobby. But for me, I think I've played everything there is to play, for the most part. The excitement isn't like it used to be. Certainly not. Very seldom is there a new set of rules or game that comes out that's really groundbreaking and new experiences to behold. It's more about the people that you're playing with that makes it really enjoyable. So it's, I've been there, done that. It's the painting that gets me. That's what I really enjoy the most. And for you, bringing people in, facilitating, yeah, that's enjoyable as well. I also enjoy that. I used to do that a lot, especially with the online stuff. Actually, now that I think of it, I was always teaching the game to people. I think I did a reasonable good job, but I enjoyed it. I didn't get a chance to play much online, but there's our new word of the day, facilitate. I facilitated other people's enjoyment online, which is kind of cool. I enjoy that. Check out Osprey's Pacific Command. Cool operational set of rules. Pacific Command. I saw those. Started playing Avalon Hill games in the late 70s. Okay, so you're on all that. Veteran. Didn't get into minis until I was living in the UK. Living in the UK in the late 90s. Okay, you're traveling, man, too. After my divorce, 98, I had more free time and needed a new hobby. There you go. Funny how it all works out. So my first mini game was Battlefleet Gothic. What a mighty good game that was. That's a game I didn't play enough of. Good old days. Where's my vape? I get up and leave the room with my vape? Because I don't see my vape in here. What is going on? What did I do? It's right here. Hold on a second. For sure, man. For sure. I'd enjoy that. Well, if we can keep in touch here in our chats and stuff, I'll make it a point for sure. Because I'm making a list. Because I will one day, for sure. My plan is to take a train heading south to Florida. I got a lot of friends in Florida. And from there, I'm going to start cutting across through Texas. All the lower states. If not by train, by bus. Because I don't fly. And then into Arizona. I got friends in Texas, friends in Arizona. I got friends in New Orleans. I've got friends in Florida all over the place. And a lot of places up north. And then from there, we'll see. If I head back, I'm going to be cutting through the mid-states. And I'm going to document it. And I'm going to visit all you wargaming buddies of mine. And we're going to play some games. We're going to play like crazy. And yeah, it's going to be a thing. I just have to get to a point where I can pull that off. Right now, I'm just trying to get moved into my new house here for the last year. Still got some things to take care of. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. Maybe I can get you to a Texas broadside and you can regale our gamers with stories about being a commissioned painter and content creator. Yeah, right? I could be a guest speaker, right? There you go. Fritz of YouTube fame. There he is. I watch him all the time. How cool is that? Yeah, you never know. You never know. It might be a thing. Wait till we are all back aboard USS Texas. Galveston a year from this November, hopefully. Well, I hope so. That would be pretty freaking fantastic. Yes, it would. Well, just so you know, I do these chats almost every day. Almost every day. And right around this time, sometimes a little later for me. You're in Texas, so it's a little bit different central or mountain time zone. You're in mountain time zone, are you? I don't know. Central or mountain. But I'm usually painting and streaming around this time. So if you want to keep in touch, and see what's going on in Fritz land, this is the way to do it. I've been doing this constantly for what? Well over a decade. Haven't made many videos, unfortunately, because I just don't have the time and I got nothing to really do. But that's changing as I paint stuff up and get started all over again. Central time, Central. So you're an hour behind. That's all? I remember when I used to travel from Pennsylvania to California, it would take almost 3 days, usually 3 days, 2.5 to 3 days. And it was fun because you're going back in time. Literally, non-stop traveling. Sometimes it would be right, but it's usually like, boy, if I leave here at 8 in the morning, it's still 8 in the morning by the time I'm cutting through Texas. It's just weird how that happens. Going back in time. Well, it wasn't that quick, but yeah, the time would be weird like that. Definitely noticeable. See how I get easily distracted? I'm noticing that about me. You guys say one thing, ask one little question, and I go off on this diatribe of description and storytelling. Can't get nothing painted. It's like, geez, I could just say, oh, Central. That's all. That's all I'd have to say. I got to give a whole story about this stuff. Oh, going back in time. That's great, though. If you're going to be a streamer, you got to know how to keep talking. Now I'm going to shut up. You guys could stare at my forehead. Da-da-da-da. Fantastic. Well, it's 5:02? 5:22. So it's 4:22 out in Texas Central. 5:22, the sun's finally getting close to the horizon. It's not sundown yet, but it's nice. That sun is just beautiful right now. Best time of the day right now is late afternoon right now and early morning. Right after the sun comes up. Basically the same time as it is right now, except morning. It's nothing like it. The sun is bright and strong as it nears the horizon or leaves the horizon. Everything's either waking up, coming alive, or getting ready for a snooze. It's a perfect time of the day, this time of year. Those 2 moments. Absolutely beautiful. At least here on the East Coast of the United States of America. I'd imagine it's similar around the world. This time of year, I could be wrong. Okay. Welcome to the afterlife, folks. Beautiful. Just taking away that beveling. Kind of clean it off a little bit. Pretty nice. So much better. So much better. I was thinking I'd have to buy new bases, but no. I'll get 2 more bases and that'll be half. I'll have the 2-pack 40s, all the command, and a full platoon spackled up, textured. Chats are a little bit slow the past couple weeks, actually. I think it's the time of the year. It's always like that in the summer. Plus, I'm doing it at a different time now, a little bit earlier than usual. Nobody knows when I pop up on the YouTubes. They're looking good. Can't wait to show them off. I will actually make a video. I've said this before. I'm going to make a video that shows the starter box from ripping it open, talk a little bit about it, to its completion. I do have some footage of me breaking into the box. Because, you know, that's what you do when you're a YouTuber. Everything is content, right? Almost. Let's put this back in. We'll give it a good stir. Haven't seen Squirrel. He must be working again. What is today? It's Friday. I don't know. I haven't seen the old Squirrel. Of course, when I talk about him, he usually shows up. I just wish they made a starter box of every major unit archetype. Fallschirmjäger, Kriegsmarine, Wehrmacht, etc., etc. Like Army, Para, Tank, Marine. Yeah, I was looking at stuff last night. What was I looking at? Oh, I was looking at cards. Trying to get my head wrapped around how the cards work. They sell command cards, they sell unit cards for the different eras, the different nationalities, and different campaigns in some respects. Like for the late war, they've got one for Berlin, a collection of cards for Berlin of all the nations that fought basically the battle for Berlin. They've got one for D-Day, and I think those are the two late war ones. Because it can be kind of confusing when you're just getting back into it or getting into it. Like, what do I need here? I still don't fully understand command cards. I think command cards are your army lists and stuff, all the formations you can form, and basically your armies that you can play in Flames of War. And the unit cards are the units for everybody. So you need the command cards to use the cards and put them together into the various formations. So you need those. Or you could just buy the book and have everything. So I think I have it down pat. I want to get the Pacific book. It's got all the armies and stats in there. And I want the cards. Cards are nice and convenient at the table. I got to get the cards for all the Pacific stuff. The D-Day one is the one I'm looking at now. I've got a lot of the cards from the starter boxes. I've got Tobruk. I've got that. I've got the DAC boxed army, which I'm not going to really use because I'm not interested in that. That's from Ian. But I got all the cards for that. And yeah, I don't really have a lot, but that's okay. I like starting small and building myself up. Right now it's just what coming to hit the beach. And I might get Fortress Europe, the box set, which is actually for the Normandy or late war, not the Fortress Europe as in the Italy campaign. I guess that's what it's for. It's an expansion to the Hit the Beach box. That's Normandy. Could be either, actually. But, and that'll come with cards. But I am going to get all the cards for Normandy, D-Day. I've been looking at them, adding them to my wish list, getting it all set up so I know what to buy. Alongside all my tons of other things like Kill Team starter box, the Kill Team unit cards, and so on. It's crazy. This hobby is so commercialized. It's nice, but man, is it a hassle. Is it a pain? There goes my money. But anyway. See how I go off on things? I guess that's why you guys watch, right? I go off on things. You probably enjoy my little tangents. Let's get back to this and see what you got to say. Paratrooper, tank, Marines, I agree. Let's make it even more confusing. A lot of the FOPW. Pacific War? Flames of Pacific War? Is that what that is? Oh, I saw decks of cards for the Great War. They're still selling that. That would be... I should look into that. Anyway. A lot of the FOPW and Team Yankee games I've seen are tank fests. Looks like sardines with tanks lined up. So, oh, I hate that. I'll be honest with you. I've commented about this many times. People say, oh, I don't like Flames of War. All the tanks are side by side. For one, it has a lot to do with the scale. But it has more to do with laziness of gamers. It's not necessarily tactically sound to have them side by side. I can see why they're doing it. It does concentrate firepower in a small frontage. I see what's going on here. I have never once played a game in my years of playing Flames of War or any World War II game. I have never done that. Just look at my bat reps. I've always tried to mimic, even at this scale, mimic actual tank deployments, which are typically like diamonds or arrowheads or refused left or whatever. They're spaced out. Even considering the scale, that's what I did. But number one, it has a lot to do with just lazy gamers doing that. It's convenient. I know some people who magnetize the sides of their tanks so they'll stick together and be a block. If you can imagine. But it doesn't matter what rules you're using. Flames of War is 15 mil. People tend to do it because of the scale. I get it. But you get the same results with a lot of World War II games where you've got formation rules like this. I've seen it in other games. I came to the conclusion that it's not really the game as much as it is just lazy gamers. I mean, let's be real here. That's what I say. So there you go. There's another rant for you. Next. Part of the evolution of the game. This is from Houston. Where'd it go? Part of the evolution of the game that I guess turned me off. No, there you go. I can understand that. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Finally, Flames of War. Not Flames of War PW. Pacific War? Damn figures. Alright, Flames of War. It was a typo. It's terrible, isn't it? I hate what do they call it? Autocorrect? Oh, I absolutely hate when people do that. It's the player's fault because they don't have to do that. They could space out easily. Looks more interesting, looks more realistic, which is really what I'm after. I'm not trying to win a competitive way, but I've seen even historical gamers doing it. So what's the matter with you? Oh, you're lazy. That's what it is. You're just being lazy. Are you kidding me? Now, if they're playing with smaller scale figures, and this is a complaint people have about Flames of War 2, it should be a smaller scale game. You're not going to see this as much, if at all. You know, they're going to be smaller tanks. Like we're talking, what, 10 mil, 12 mil? People are going to be spacing them out because it's convenient to do so. They're not going to have them squished together. Or they might have multiple figures on a base, like 3 tanks on a base. There's some rules that do it that way, and that's great. But yeah, laziness and scale is a big determining factor of how they move their tankage. And of course, O group, 1 tank vehicle is what, 2 or 3 vehicles? So you don't have big formations of tanks to begin with. You tend to space them out. I think I did always, so whatever. Battle group, you don't get many tanks at all. They're more support role to the infantry. So you don't see it there. But that's all because of the rules and because of the... There's not many tanks in battle group. But the thing is, Flames of War in 15 mil is great. Come on. I love painting 15 mil figures. I love just putting all my stuff on the table and seeing it without having to bend over. So it works for me. I enjoy it. I space my stuff out. I don't have a problem. You guys can do that too. I don't know why you don't. It looks better. It's a better game. You get more options tactically. So I don't know. It's just laziness. But yeah, my point is that you can do that with any World War II game. You really could. So don't blame the rules for it, really. I mean, you can in a way, but it's really not the rules' fault entirely. So that always saddens me. Anyway, it's gamey like you said. That part of it is, yeah. Rookie Quad 6 says the amount of premium tanks I didn't even buy, but were earned or just given by Wargaming in World of Tanks. Is that a question? What did I miss there, Quad 6? Over 50% of my garage are those. Yeah. Statement. Okay. Everybody's having thumb problems today. Wall of tanks. Corey chimes in. The Flames of War videos I've seen, it looks like the forces are too dense. If there are solid blocks of tanks, it's probably because gamers are packing too much tanks on the equivalent space, like 600 meter front. Yeah. I don't know. Like the way I used one of my favorite tanks is the Stuart, and it's a support tank. It's an infantry support. Well, for that matter, the Sherman is an infantry support tank, right? And what I used to do with my Stuarts, I'd have them spread out. We're advancing on a position. I've got them spread out along with my infantry. So you'd have like an infantry platoon and a Stuart tank platoon kind of interspersed with each other. They're supporting each other, particularly the tanks with the infantry. I did that all the time. I didn't keep them separate. I didn't stretch them or put them together in little blocks independently. Why aren't people doing that? Just, it's smart, more tactically sound. You're not taking up extra space by spreading out. You're consolidating your firepower. But people won't even do that. Sherman 105, one of my favorites. That would only make sense if it was armored breakthrough attempt. The 75 isn't as effective as an infantry support tank. Well, I like the Stuarts. I love my Stuarts. Again, no regrets, but I really miss my little platoon I had. They were some of the best painted miniatures I had. That I painted. My little Stuarts. They were a little cute tank. And I don't like many non-German tanks in terms of aesthetic. I think the Sherman is a medium tank. The Stuart is a light tank. The Sherman is a medium tank. I don't know why I said that. Did I say Stuart was a medium tank? Did I actually say that? What's the most important part of a miniatures war game? That's my question to you guys. What is the most important, what is the most essential aspect of miniature wargaming, whatever the period, whatever the genre? What is the most important part about it? And this should be universal. This should be a very objective thing. If you were to answer that question, what would it be? It's kind of obvious to me, but maybe not. Rookie says fun. It's not the answer I was looking for, but he's not wrong. That is another very essential, universal truth. But I'm looking for something else. There's another one. Besides fun. Come on, Rookie. It's too obvious. Give me another one. What's the difference between a board game, a miniatures game? What's the difference? Why do we play this instead of this? You can even include computer games. Clear and concise rules with no ambiguities, but I'm a logical software developer, so there. Rookie comes back with ease of play. Look, come on, you guys. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it is subjective. No, it's the difference is the aesthetic, the look of the game. You play a miniatures war game because of the look. It's 3D. It's a moving diorama. Otherwise, you'd be playing a board game or you'd be playing a computer game. You can't get this with a board game unless you add miniatures and terrain, but that's the point, right? It's the aesthetic. It's the look. That's the main reason we play with miniature toy soldiers on the table. It's because it looks real. It looks great. That's the main thing. But you mentioned some things here that are true as well, like the fun, because it's a game. All games should be fun. That goes without saying. But you play miniatures war games because of the aesthetic. It's just aesthetically pleasing. That's why you paint the miniatures, craft the terrain, and put so much energy and resources into this one aspect, the look of it. We research uniforms, we make our own flags, or we buy really flags, whatever. It's the aesthetic. That's what we're really in the miniatures hobby for. Any game can be fun. Any game can be concise and clear, or not. But the one thing that sets it apart is aesthetic. It's the look. Or am I wrong? But that's not my argument. What I'm trying to say is that all these gamers that play miniatures games and yet don't use the aesthetic or take into account the aesthetic of the game. I mean, you're talking about tanks side by side moving like that. They didn't do that. That's the most immersion breaking thing you could do. So much so that some people don't play the game because of it. Why are people doing that? Well, the whole point of this game is the look of it. You know, boggles the mind. I'm not going to play Flames of War because of the look. The tanks lined up side by side. This is why I blame the players more than I do the game. Granted, a lot of people that play a game like Flames of War might be tournament types. They might be competitive types, and that's okay. And that's another turnoff for a lot of us historical-minded gamers. Anyway, that's my opinion. Not that that means anything. That's what I think. Wasn't fully paying attention. Shame on you. What am I doing? Actually, there are some in our club that don't believe you should play with unpainted minis. But if I waited till my armies were done being painted, I'd never get to play. No, you are right. Miniatures games make it easier to visualize. It's all about the visual, man. What's happening and immerse yourself. Yeah, exactly. That's the main reason I think all of us do this. Otherwise, just play a board game or stick with computer games, which aren't very tactile, although they might be good looking and realistic looking. But that's what I think. I mean, that's, for me personally, that's why I play miniatures games. And I guess I could say this because I also play board games, and I know what that gives me. I know what that's about. At the end of the day, I want my game to draw me in and give me at least a few dramatic cinematic moments. Yeah. Every game should be like that, right? Every game. Board games. Yeah, board games are interesting when we talk about things like this. Like my favorite type of board game, historical, is one with a beautiful map, beautiful graphics on the counters. Not just basic, military symbology, but actual graphics. I love that so much. But, that's great, but it's not the main reason I play board games. It really is about the tight rules, historical accuracy, the simulation aspects of it. That's what I really get pulled in by. And the fact I could sit there in this little map and stare at it without having to get up and go to the other side of the table because I'm playing solo, and all this extra stuff. It's got a nice perfect footprint for just sitting and relaxing and being immersed. And that's the fun for me. I get immersed in that type of a thing where I'm sitting there looking at this little world. And so I guess there's a visual side of it too, but it's more the tightness of the game, the historical subject, the simulation level of it that really is the reason I play that freaking thing. But again, the visual side of it is also pretty important to me. Narrative. Bolt action. The one with larger... Yeah. That's the 28mm game. I'm going to be doing that too. Rookie Quad 6. That's going to be fun. I've never played bolt action. But I've painted plenty of 28mm World War II stuff, and I love it. It's funny I never got into it. But I'm gonna. I spent the other 4-day weekend playing A Most Fearful Sacrifice with a gorgeous game board by Rick Barber. Yeah, it makes a difference, those graphics, man. And another thing that I love about board games is that, again, with this relatively small footprint, when comparing to miniatures tables, for the most part, they're usually this... I forgot what I was going to say. I feel like I was going to say the same thing I just said. They're just really beautiful and you get immersed. I don't know what I was going to say. Oh well. I love my board games. I do it all, but my favorite part of this hobby is miniatures wargaming, followed by board gaming, followed by RPGs. But the thing is, when I say that, that little priority list there is very tight. It's very tight. There's no gaps between them. Almost like as if they were all the same thing for me. Which of course they're not. So but if I was to prioritize them in terms of my favorite, maybe priority isn't the right term. That's what I would rank them. For me, I don't know about you, but that's how I set. Which actually surprises quite a few of my friends. They like, wow, you're so big into the role-playing games. I thought you would have said that was your number one favorite thing to do in this hobby. Nah, that's actually on the bottom. But that's what I mean, you know. I do love role-playing, running games. It's just, I get so lost in that stuff, and I love to see my friends come up with weird stuff and experience my little creation. You can't beat that. We'll spend it all my time on gaming. That's living the dream, right? Yeah. You're not alone. You're not alone. I know a lot of people that are doing the same thing. I can't wait. My good friend Nicholas, we were just talking about that in one of these chats. He already does a lot. And he's not retired. He travels overseas constantly. Yeah, but I don't know how he manages to pull it off. He's making all kinds of YouTube videos on different things. Just crazy. Fighting these huge battles. If you don't know how I'm talking about, I think Quad 6 knows. Nicholas Spiliotopoulos, otherwise known on YouTube as the Medieval Wargamer. And that's what he does. I don't know how he does it, really. Damn it, I did it again. Okay, that's another one. Looks pretty good. Jeez, I can't do all those. What time is it? So it's now 3 hours and 12 minutes? 3 hours and 12 minutes. So yeah, I'm just getting to the final one. So it took me about an hour. Granted, I did a lot of ranting there, didn't I? That's not really fair. Got one more base to do. My wife loves strategy, not war. Our games. Our retirement plan is to fifth wheel it around the U.S., attending game conventions. Wow, that's good. That would be fun. Those are some good plans. No, this is joint compound for spackle. It's water-based. It's for sheetrock. Drywall. It's water-based. Comes in tubs. It's white stuff. Lasts forever. It's got to add water to it and keep it going. Get it at Lowe's, Home Depot. Commonly referred to as spackling here in the States. I believe that's the name brand. A name brand spackle. And I use it for a lot of terrain making, as well as my bases texturing. But I can't talk today. Holy smokes. I think I'm losing my ability to talk. What is happening? Never used wood filler for this kind of stuff. I've used spackling forever, it seems. So it's nothing special. What paint brand is your favorite? I've been using Vallejo for just about everything. My favorite right now for everything is probably Vallejo. I use Army Painter, but they tend to be too thin. I use Army Painters. They're speed paints. I love their speed paint. Andrea paint I don't use a whole lot, but I love them. If I had a favorite paint, it'd be Andrea. They're nice and thick. I know some people would say they're too thin. I think they're nice and thick. I always thin my paints, so I don't want thin paint like Army Painter or Reaper. I want, some thick paints coming my way because I always thin my paints. I like doing it. And Vallejo seems to be pretty consistent with that. And I haven't used them a lot, but I have a lot of Scale 75 inks and washes. I've got a few paint sets of Andrea that I use. But yeah, it's Vallejo Game Color series. That's my default. Along with the Army Painter speed paints. I'm new to speed paints. I've been using them for my 28s. Because I'm trying to, get a lot done. But I'm enjoying speed paints a lot. So I try to use them more often. Even though I don't consider using speed paints painting, because it's not. It's cheating. But they do speed things up and look pretty damn good if you know what you're doing. I will say that. So yeah, Vallejo. Alright, that wasn't too long-winded. That's about right. Can't just say what my favorite paint is without saying why. Thoughts. There's Clyde. How you doing, Clyde? Clyde Dashing joins us. Blue Games Workshop paints taste better. All right, Clyde. Da 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 da. Somebody grab the hook. Get him off the stage. What's going on here? Gotta watch that Clyde. I picture you doing the soft shoe across the stage with your hat. Taking it on and off your head. Da 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 da. That's how Clyde enters. I'll be here all night, folks, all night. Got my 7th C recent Kickstarter adventure book. Giving that a read. You better. 7th C. I know what it is, but I can't think right now. 7th C. Pirate RPG. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm trying to think who makes it. Because there's another game that is similar, that it's different, that I keep visualizing it. That's not what I'm thinking. 7th C, 7th C, 7th C. Who is it? Who is it? I know Green Ronin used to do something for Pathfinder back in the day. Was that 7th C? No. 7th C. No, this is a different game. 7th C. Chaosium. Chaosium. I would not have said Chaosium. Let me look. Let's bring it up. Because you know me, I get distracted. Nope, that's my Spotify. We wouldn't want to look at that, do we? Spotify. Where's my damn... Hold on. Oh, what did I just do? Let's get that off the screen. I know all about these games, but there's so many games today, it just goes in one ear and out the other. Unless I'm actually playing it. But yeah, 7th C. Let me get that back up there and we can all check this out. If I can remember to hit the right button. Ay, ay, ay. There it is, 7th C. Alright, 7th C. Oh yeah, it's right here too. 7th C. Oh yeah, I'm just coming to me. 7th C is a tabletop role-playing game of swashbuckling and intrigue, exploration and adventure, taking place on the continent of Thea? A land of magic and mystery, Players take on the roles of heroes thrown into global conspiracies and sinister plots, exploring ancient ruins of races long vanished and protecting kings and queens from murderous villains. It is a world of sharp blades, sharp wits, where cutting retort can be just as deadly as a sword's point. Do, 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 do. So this uses the BRP system. I am a huge fan of the basic role-play system. I remember looking at this quite a while ago. I assume it uses the BRP system. I would think so. Actually looks pretty good. I love the art. 7th Sea Fiction and Accessories. I wonder what that is. Adventures, Explorer Society, 7th Sea PDFs. Huh. Wow. Chaosium really goes to town with this one. Core Rulebook Limited Edition. $60 will get you the Core Rulebook. 2nd edition. I guess that's the current. What were you mentioning? You mentioned getting something here. What was it? An adventure book. Swashy of Buckles. Is that the name of the supplement you just got? Swashy of Buckles? Should I go looking for that? Swashy of Buckles, where are you? That would be under Adventures. Now let's go to Adventures. We need to find Swashy and Buckles. Adventures. Here we go. Oh, these are all $2. $3. $3. $2. Can't be in there. Boy, things must be getting desperate for you there, Clyde. You had to do a Kickstarter for $2 or $3. Come on, come on. Can't be that. What did you get? I don't see any stuff here about Kickstarter. It must have been a while ago. 7th Sea Lands of Gold and Fire. I love the artwork. Well, while I wait for Clyde to tell me what he bought, let me look at this real quick. Oh, there's a video. A Game of Heroes. A unique D10 based dice pool system. Okay, that's different. Sees players influence and push the narrative in heroic ways with the guidance of the game master. 7th Sea presents mechanics that put you in charge of the action. So it is a little different. And provides all the tools you need to craft an imaginative, over-the-top adventure. Swords, knives, guns, all on your own. You are the trusted knight, a loyal bodyguard, or even an adventuring queen herself. Huh. Alright, let's go over there and see what he got. Oh. Price of Arrogance is the name on the book. My DoorDash just arrived. Boy, you got a lot going on there today, Clyde. What'd you get? DoorDash goodness. Ooh. Price of Arrogance. Let me see what that is. Let's get out of this. I'm not sure it's going to be advertised here if it's brand new. It might not even be in here yet. Yeah, let me do a search. Price of Legacy of I don't see it. Must be fresh off the Kickstarter. It's not even available here. Let's go back to the main page here. Is it a third-party product? What's this? Katana Core Rulebook. Hold on. So where's Taco Bell? Oh, Taco Bell. Morning, Fritz. At all? Did you see the old white dwarfs I sent you? Did I see the old white dwarfs? Did you email me something? Old white dwarfs I sent you. If you're talking to me, and I think you are. Did I miss something somewhere? James, okay, yeah. I just got my mail. I just opened my mail now. I'm going to look at it. I got it at 1:49 a.m. Damn, I didn't look at my email today. Wow. I should look at my email every morning. I totally forgot. So I'm going to look at those in a minute here. So keep the surprise. Don't tell me everything yet. Chaos. Cassium says company making, oh, there's another company. What are they? iGate for them. So it was third party. All right. It looks like a fun game. Artwork's pretty good. Cassium's kind of questionable in my book, but still, besides that, yeah, 7th Sea. It's interesting that it doesn't use the BRP system. You would know, right? BRP? The Call of Cthulhu, RuneQuest system. Let's go look at our email. I guess you don't see web addresses when you send them to you in chat. What do you mean? I guess you don't see web addresses when we send them to you. You can't post a link. I can see links if you post them, but you won't be able to post a link yet. I have to give that permission to moderators. But are you on Discord? If you're on Discord, look in the description of the video below. Join my Discord. It's a nice, tight, friendly community. There's a link to join there, and that's where you could post your whatever you want and share all your pictures, your games, your events, Mr. Broadside. I've sent you several here. I don't see any of them. They're blocked. Nobody can see them. You will dig these. Okay, I'm going to look now. I've posted several. I don't see them. But we'll see if what we can do. If we can't get on the Discord, I have alternative ways. Let me go check this out over here on email land. Got some white dwarfs here, huh? I got a lot of white dwarfs myself. Let's see. I got 2 emails. Let me look at this one. Number 222. Let me download that. I'm sure I have that issue. We'll see what you're talking about. It's nice to see them as a digital version. And this one, okay, let's go check this out. Okay, let's look at this one first. Oh yeah, I've got this issue. I remember this. I don't know if I want to put this up so everybody can see, because that might be risque involving GW. So I don't think I'll do that. I don't know. But what's the date on this thing? This is back in the heyday. Where's the date on it? Hold on, I can't see the chat. Back cover. Where's 1994, baby. Wow. Let me see the other one. That was 170. Let me open the other one real quick. This one I don't think I have. I probably do, but I don't remember this cover. Warhammer Magic Revisited. Gorka Morka. Muties. June. Let me see the date on it. Boy, that... Such good memories, man. I've still got all my issues. I'm going to bring them out of the other house and bring them in and show them off. Is there no date on this? It says June. Alright, let me go back to the chat. Paul Sawyer. Wow. Ah, these were the good old days. Man, the hobby's not like it used to be, man. It just is not. Okay, let me go back. Spell addresses, you send them in chat. Several here. Posted several. Many of the old White Dwarfs are on archive.org. Is it okay to show them, you think? It's on archive, so it shouldn't be an issue. Alright. Wasn't a bad year. What did I say it was? 94? Oh man, heyday! Share just because it's publicly available. Alright, I will. Hold on. I gotta catch up on the chat real quick. Just joined in Discord. I'm Andy B there. Okay, let me go take care of that real quick. There you are. Andy B. Welcome aboard, Andy. Check out. I got all kinds of cool channels in there to post your silliness. It's a very friendly site or community. I keep it small, tight. Let me put you in a group here. Put you in Grognards. Okay. And post some links in there. The appropriate channel and I'll check them out. Okay, thanks by the way. I found them because my brother was musing about Orc's Drift, Orc Imperial Guards issue. 94 was height of the red period for Games Workshop. I think so. All right, let me show them off. You guys might remember these issues. Let me show them off. Are we looking at the right one? I got two windows open. It should be, I think it's this one. You see that? Let me go down. Look at these old mugs. Look at this. Yeah, you guys can see it. Let's see, can I make it a little bigger? Where the hell is it? See if I can make it a little bigger. Carvana. Do 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 do. Make it a little bigger, just a little bit. Neither of them are great. Those were the, oh man, they were the days. Where'd it go? So this is the, I don't know what year this one is. He looks really familiar, that guy. Warhammer 2nd edition days. That logo looks like Warhammer 5th. Ooh, a Sister of Battle. Yeah. Siege Warfare. Sigmar preserves us. Sigmar preserve us. Warhammer Siege is coming. So this is before Warhammer Siege. Cool. There will be a new book with rules, scenarios by Thomas Perrinan. Special siege equipment models and the Mighty Fortress. A huge plastic. I had all that stuff, man. I remember that. Andy the Beard Shaman defends his ramparts against studio production bloke Flaming Christensen. Oh, Warhammer Ancient Battles. Starship Troopers. New Zealand. Wow. Magic Revisited. For gamers by gamers. Yeah, right? Now you don't even know who's making the games. Who's behind all this stuff. They don't even tell you who the artists are. It's Games Workshop. That's ridiculous. I don't know what to say about that. I had many of these in print. I love them so much. Do you? Yeah, I took all the ones I had in the other house out of the attic, and I got them in a separate room. And I'm just going to clean them up, bring them out. I have some still in shrink wrap. Multiple copies of the same issue because I had a business back then. But I'm going to pull them out of there. It's nice to have this stuff, I'm telling you. Drop the links I was trying to share in RPGs, Miniatures channel. Okay, I'm going to check them in a second. Hold on. I'm all caught up reminiscing here. Magic item amendments. Crimes. I somehow remember this little table. Why does it look so familiar to me? Knightly virtues and daemon rewards. Oh, God. I don't want to read that. Inferno, Citadel Journal, Warhammer Monthly. Is that what that is? With the sister on it. Bombers. I remember this. This actually came with that game, didn't it? Remember, there was a point where they were actually including games in their frickin' magazine. I never got into Gorka Morka. I had it, never played it. I don't think it was one of their best games, because it just wasn't interesting enough. I remember these. Is this the... Never mind. Chaos Undivided. Tactic Imperialis. Nick Davies, 95th Cadian Rifle Imperial Guard Regiment. The Revenants. Back on Gaunt's ghosts were young. Good stuff back then. Only 10 pounds. Wargames Armies. Collecting and painting. Is this a Nigel Stillman article? It kind of looks like something he'd write. Collecting and painting Wargames Armies. Oh, it's a source book. Who's that guy? Ian Miller. It's like over 30 years ago. Damn. I can't believe it, man. Good old second edition. This was the heyday for me. Probably for you guys too. This is when I was really deep into it. New Zealand. Huh. 90s kids. I don't know, man. It's not like that anymore. Back then, people had a soul. GW had a soul. Epic 40K. 100 pages. 100 pages, man. I played a lot of this game. Epic stuff. Countless battles, actually. I've been half tempted to go back playing Epic or Space Marine just because of the 3D printing option. I mean, I could do the Sisters of Battle in that. Just have brutally massive games of epic titans. Something about seeing a goblin green field of battle that makes me happy. It's epic and 10 pounds. Price tag shock. Both games in the hobby side of terrain. Yeah, they did. That's one thing that's different. I think this is the Rourke's Drift issue my little bro was looking for. This one? Kindred of Equas. Equas? What elf army? Yeah, I had a nice little army like that. I had all these guys. Never played it. Sold it before I could play it. What a shame that is. The Bretonnians, they were my favorite army. Yes. I remember these little cards. Everybody looks... Oh, this game was fantastic. I played the hell out of this, too. This was really good game. One of their best. Warhammer Quest. Oh, last stand at Glazer's Creek. Wow, that picture of Jervis Johnson, boy, is he young looking there. Wow. There it is. This is probably what you're looking for. The Praetorians. Huh. Whatever happened to Adrian Wood? I haven't seen or heard from him. Is he even alive? Adrian Wood. I don't hear from him at all. He was the quintessential orc player, if I remember. Yeah, I think this is what you're after, James. There you go. Cool. This is good to have as a PDF. There's a lot of useful things in here. Pictures for one. Scenarios for another. This would work in any version of 40K, right? I would imagine. Probably have to tinker with it. But look at all the terrain! Look at all the cool terrain. A lot of this is homemade stuff, man. A lot of ideas there. It's been too long. Captain Kane's last words were shouted to his men. Praetorians, we fight to the last man. New South Wales. Victoria, Queensland. This must be yeah, this version must be Down Under. The Down Under version. New Zealand. Australia. There's Siege. There's the Siege book. Oh, I could buy it. Farmer Glazer himself. He's a Beastmaster Weird. 1795. So one model, 1795. Where is he? somewhere in here. It's over here somewhere. God, that's expensive. One bike, an Orc Scorcher. This thing down here, you probably can't see it. That right there was 40 bucks. This is New Zealand money, I think. So it was cheaper. Probably like 20 bucks. 20 bucks here in the US. Yeah, these prices they're not American. Blood Bowl, that's the version I played. Right around this time I played. Look at that, man. This is upsetting. Look at all these games. Wow, Warhammer, that's 5th edition right there. So that came out while we were still playing Warhammer 2nd edition. That's interesting. Wow. Warhammer 2nd edition, man. It's worth playing again. Hold on with the chat. I'll get there in a minute. I'm totally caught up in this. This is amazing. I could spend a whole episode just looking at this stuff. Well, that's the issue you're looking for. This one right here, I don't know what year it is. It was monthly, so what was the other one? This has got to be like 95. 1995. Damn. So inspiring. Computer games. Wood elves were my guys, says James. Yep. Through the Tree Man, baby. Works Drift issue. We were both obsessed with the battle report in this issue. Yeah? Got my Wargame Atlantic buildings here to redo. There you go. Expensive here still. Need a time machine. Just go to the archive, Clyde. If you got a link to the archive, wherever that is, put it in there. I sent you a Dogs of War issue too. Late 90s. Late 90s was our era. Early 90s was mysterious and interesting. I was pretty deep. Probably early and middle 90s was my deepest. Middle 90s, I'd say. And late 90s, yeah. Wow. And I guess early 2000s. I got out of the hobby in 2003. I made a wargame club in 2000. Got back into role-playing games in 2000. So previous to that, I was heavy into GW stuff. Yeah, it's actually really deep battle tech in the early 90s. Just starting to drift into GW. Huh. In the early 90s, did you say? Okay. This is where your really old ones are. Everybody grab that link. That is something. Whoops, what did I do there? Go to site, please. So yeah, White Dwarf #1 is in there. Holy smokes, man. 1977. This is a great find here. Internet Archive. I'm gonna bookmark that. Okay. Thanks, James. That's fantastic. That's a nice little gift for everybody to share in. Okay. Let me go check the Discord here. guys are keeping me busy today. Where is this Discord? Discord. Let's go over to Discord real quick. Now, where was it? Role-playing games. Let's check it out. Andy B. The Smurf Master. You were looking for this. 7th State. Oh, I was just looking at that. I did find it. Thanks. Thanks, Andy. I appreciate it. Ba-ding. Oh, this... The Price of Arrogance. Oh, this is the one I didn't find. This is what you got. Official campaign. Get ready for an epic story of Indiana Jones meets Pirates of the Caribbean. And that's a link. Okay. Thanks for that. What else do we have here? Andy posted, here's our oh, you got a club website. I'm going to check that out right now. Beer and Pretzel Wargaming Club Texas Broadside Convention page as well as advertised here. I spy area nefs. Yep, I see them. Imperial Skies. But we started with Area Nef. I remember that. I had that. I started with Area Nef too. I had the little metal ships and everything painted up. Never played. Yeah, these right here. I had these. Check it out, man. Wow. There they are. Having a good old time. That looks like is this Conflict of Heroes? Boy, that looks like Conflict of Heroes. Maybe not. The counters don't look it. The map board looks like Conflict of Heroes. I don't think it is, though. This is something else. Or is it? I don't know. These counters do look like Conflict of Heroes. I don't know. It's one of my favorite games anyway, Conflict of Heroes. Let's take a look at board games here real quick. Oh, Mar Harmon has gone crazy. Gigapoly Game Board Design Stream. He's been doing some streams over there. Foundry update. Free map pack available. Oh, I'm going to have to grab that actually. Gotta love free maps. Alright, let me go back over there. I want to click on that one link. Not this one, the other one. Yeah, here we are. I want to check out this page here. Let me click that real quick. Beer and Wargaming Pretzels? Not so much. Spouse, kids, work life. Who has the time to play war games? We do. That's who does. Join fellow wargamers in Houston once a month to get your war face on. There you go. We like multiplayer miniature war games, historical or not so historical, and board war games on occasion. No bylaws, dues, or officers. We care about adult beverages. We care about adult beverages and rules that fit on the page or less. All right, so there you go. Good camaraderie, a good war game, good food, and good beer all sum up a great time. There they are. Little montage. Get the ladies involved. Yeah, that... Uh-huh. That one guy looks like Gary Strombo. You don't know Gary Strombo, do you? Glenn Gary Strombo? Look just like him. Right, so that's a lot of pictures there. That's awesome. And of course, here's the convention link, Broadside, right there. Broadside 2025, November 14th through 16th. So he's getting ready to do this. Out of all places, the Midtown Bar and Grill in Houston. Are you kidding me? A bar and grill? We're going to have a con? Sign me up. That won't happen, but, you know, that's definitely got my attention. Of course, they want to do it on a ship. Yeah, there's that too. Bar and grill goodness. Oh, man. Ah, some vendors here. My good friend David Estenis here from the Wargaming Company. Are these vendors? We appreciate our supporters. Thank you for following ours for supporting present and past events. Companies, yeah, all right. There's David Estenis. Well, it's anybody else I recognize? Warlord Games, Raven Banner, Decision Games, Honor, Board Game Geek. DVG, I've heard of. Don't know too much. T Victory. Save the Battleship Texas video. Oh, interesting. If you folks are interested in that, I will share the link on YouTube. Copy. We're going to put that in the Chatterunsky right here for anyone interested in this gaming convention. So you could check that out at your leisure if you're watching the video later or right now. Get on it, Clyde. Get on it. Good times down Texas way. Mike Dennison. Last 100 yards. Okay. It's a bit of a drive. VSF airships. Yeah, that was something I was getting into at one point in my life. I think we all did once we saw GDW's, what was it called? The Victorian science fiction role-playing game, and they made a miniatures game, and they had a board game for it. Space 1889. I remember when that was being talked about and when it released. That was a big deal, and that was my first real exposure with that kind of, that genre of gaming. And that's what got me into it. And soon after, you see things like AreaNef and stuff. It's like, oh, I got to get that. This would be great. But I never actually played that stuff. Shame, really. I was too busy playing Warhammer. And DBA. I was doing a lot of DBA back then. Okay, so there you go. Well, thanks for that, James. I appreciate it. That brought back some memories. Oh, it's kind of motivated me to go back to my old games again. Warhammer 40K 2nd edition. Can't believe it was still around when 5th was put out. I got one more base to spackle here. And thanks for that as well. Andy B. Broadside. Houston. You need to get some more videos on your YouTube channel, especially regarding the convention and stuff. That would really help your con out. I'm telling you, YouTube's a big deal. Of course, you do have some stuff in there. Videos, I mean. TVG do a lot of World War II modern board games, but I have their War of the Worlds war game. I had some brigade models, but I sold them. I was going to say, I still have the Aryan F game, the rule book, but I don't. I sold that as a package deal. I sold painted miniatures, the unpainted miniatures, and the rules all in one big package. So I don't have any of that. Damn it. What's the matter with me? That was before the internet was a real thing. So I didn't know. People used the internet for not even really gaming yet at that time. They were using it for forums, some websites. It really wasn't like it is today. Had PDFs, but it wasn't a... Well, you guys know this. I'm trying to justify my ignorance here. So tomorrow, Jake will be here. James. I'm going to have him painting with me in the stream. And I'm going to finish this basing on the platoon. I got one more platoon to base. So I'm going to focus on that. I got to get stuff ready for him to paint tonight. So he'll have memories like we just experienced. I was in the stream, I don't know if you caught it, but I told him, James, he's the guy that sent you that D&D sweater. And his eyes lit up, because he didn't know that. Really? Yeah, he sent you the D&D sweater. I told him that he's got to wear it. He's got to bring it to the painting chat here. DBA. That's because DBA rocks. It did back then. It was all new. Well, version 2.1 or whatever. Those were the days, man. Yes, they were. It's like I said, it's like back then when you look at the pictures of all the kids and the designers. You don't get that now. But you can see it, man. There was soul there. The game had something that it doesn't have anymore. You just don't. I don't see that at all. That kind of enthusiasm. I mean, you see it, but it just, I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe it's just nostalgia again. I don't know. It just doesn't feel the same. Fair Enough is still on Wargame Vault, but I think those guys contributed to the Osprey book. You had to go all out shoveling hay just to download. Yeah, it was different. If you're anything like me, you will be in a white dwarf rabbit hole. I gotta bring my issues over. I could pull one of them out and we could sit here and make a whole episode, a whole stream, just looking at that stuff. Just one. Because it was so different. I have like one or two current white dwarfs somewhere. Gave it to Jesse. But I flipped through that, man, and it's just, like I said, it's not the same. Even White Dwarf magazine. I didn't even know what I was looking at. It's so freaking different. I don't know. I haven't been following that for years, so maybe that's why. But I remember I'd go to my local hobby store and there'd be Warhammer 40K 2nd edition in all its glory on the shelf, man. I bought it through mail order. But I remember I took a friend in there and says, check it out, man. He was really into Star Wars. He didn't know nothing about Star 40K, but I showed him that box, and I'm like trying to convince him, you got to try this. You'd really love it. I don't think he ever did. I remember showing that off to him. I remember I went over my one friend's house. He was someone I went to school with. And I occasionally would keep in touch and talk to him and his brothers and stuff. He's the one I played AD&D 2nd edition with, but then we kind of lost touch. And later on, I went to visit him. And sure enough, he starts talking about this new game he just got into, which I knew all about. And I had bought and wanted to play. And it was Warhammer 40K 2nd edition. He bought the frickin' thing, and he's sitting there painting it, and I never knew. So we found that out, and it was like, oh yeah, we got to get together and play. So he was really excited. Shortly after, he was coming up my house every freaking weekend for a day or two, and we'd just play 40K 2nd edition, and then we were playing Warhammer Quest, and then we were playing Warhammer. Me, him, and Jesse would spend our weekends, every weekend, playing these games. So that was a pleasant surprise. Man, it wasn't cheap. He actually bought it. Huh. Yeah, so that 2nd edition was a big deal. That was a big deal. Yeah, he was a partier. Pretty heavy drinker. But he was open to that stuff. He was open. It could have happened if I had got him into a game or something. He probably would have really would have enjoyed it. There's a good chance he would have. But I was getting pretty wild myself, so That didn't happen at that time. You should do a White Dwarf episode, but you have the hard copies. That's slumming. I'm lucky to have them. Like I said, I had a business. I bought multiple copies of these, and I had a subscription for a while too, toward the end. So I had this stuff. Something to spend money on. 3rd edition is best edition for Chaos. Probably. Everything got tighter back then. More concise. Boy, it needed it. I remember 2nd edition was a brutal game. Not just mechanically with, killing things off. But man, there was so many weird rules things that kept popping up all the time. You'd never know if you were doing it right or not. And so many White Dwarf articles that changed things or added things. It was all over the place. And 3rd edition was kind of like tightening all of that stuff up. Bringing in Dark Eldar. It needed it. Of course, the game did change remarkably. Quite a bit from 2nd edition. I played a lot of 3rd edition, more than 2nd. Which is kind of nifty, because if I ever play 2nd edition again, which I actually would like to, because now that I look at it, that was the era of Necromunda. And that was a good time. 5th edition Warhammer 2 and 4th, those were good times. So 2nd edition I didn't really play a lot of. I was playing the other stuff. So it'd be fun to go back and play the 2nd edition. 3rd edition I played a lot of. I know about it, and it kind of lacks the role play side of it, the detailed, the smaller forces. Kind of lacks that. And I think I would get into that. Thing is, though, I wouldn't go for the aesthetic like some of you guys would. Oh, you got to have the goblin green bases. Nah, I couldn't do that. I know that's nostalgic and all this other stuff, and I had my stuff painted that way too back then, but I don't know. I was never fond of that, and I wouldn't be now, so I don't think I would go back, and I wouldn't adhere to the old painting bright color style. I probably wouldn't do. I'd play with, my current dark, grimdark style and realistic looking bases. Probably wouldn't be the same. I don't know. Alright, so there's one platoon fini. Beveling is gone. Bases are spackled. Textured. But before I call it for the day, I'm going to go back on every one of these bases and touch them up. I'm going to Goblin Green base harder now. Yeah, I know you are. I figured you would. That's part of the deal, I think. You're doing that. I get it. 172, do it yourself. I did see those messages. Oh, I see them here. Empowered DIY confined to just an average army. Yeah, this day and age, it's like everything is focused on optimization, right? Everything's got to be optimal. Role-playing games are like that. Frickin' GW games are like that. Everybody's optimizing all the time. It should be about just having some fun, sitting down with your friends, just trying out all kinds of weird, wacky, wonderful things to have fun. good fun. I think that's what it was meant to be like, right? 40K. Some good fun. We don't have enough of that anymore. Like green bases. All right. Christ. I knew I'd get some flack for that. It's not second edition unless you're goblin green in your bases. What's the matter with you? I did that like a maniac. I could show you bases where I did it. I got some bases here. I still got my old Skaven. I already did that. Looks like the desert. Whoops. So here's the other platoon. And yes, they are painted. They're not just black primered. I'd have to get close and get better lighting. Yeah. And that's the paras. They're next for the painting desk. 30 cals. Primed. It's going to be good. It's going to be good. But I'm done with that. I'm not going to do any more today. Linger a little bit. It's already 7 o'clock. Gripes. Be time to go to bed pretty soon. Actually, I got up really late today. Getting them done, indeed. Yep. You just got to keep at it. Keep at it. So I'm telling you guys, take advantage of when I'm on here. It's a good time to get things done. Probably be easier if I brought people in. It's just me talking, because I know if I keep talking to you guys, I'm gonna have you typing all the time. Well, too bad. How could you paint when you're typing, right? Oh. Grand flock means you're over the target. Honestly, I don't know if I could. There was a time when GW started making the change in their bases. It was all this goblin green with little grit sprinkled on top, and that was grass, and everything was painted that way. But there was a time, I think it was around 5th edition of Warhammer. No. Maybe. Either 5th or 6th, and it was definitely sometime during the life of 3rd edition 40K that they started to change how they painted the bases. And I remember they changed them to brown, and they started using all kinds of fancy grass and flock, and that became a new thing there at GW. Do you remember that? That's what hooked me, baby. Because I never liked goblin green. But I did it anyway. Because GW did it. So I'm thinking maybe that's how I would paint my bases. Brown. With grass. Static grass. Yeah, that was when they made the big change. I was still early in the hobby. So it doesn't have to be all Goblin Green. Come on. I guess I'll only be able to play 3rd or 4th edition then. Yeah, I remember that change because I started painting my entire Bretonian army used brown bases with static grass. Better looking bases for sure. But yeah, that was my Bretonians. Shit. Hold on a second here. Let me grab a display capture. Where is it? Display capture. This one. These are pictures of the 1st edition kill team. I think I made a video. That's what these are from. Oh no, this is 40K. 7th edition. Yeah, I bought this. 7th? Is it 7th? No, this is 8th edition. This is 8th edition. What introduced Primaris Marines. So here's Jesse playing with my friend. And yes, all the bases are Goblin Green. I don't even think there's any... I think the Minotaurs had grass on them. Not grass, but it was the sand. Grit. So yeah, been there, done that. Here's my other friend's Chaos Army. God, some of his bases are still black. No, they're undead. No, they're undead. I think. God, I think he'd do a better job than that. Going against Bretonians, Goblin Green, hard to see. Yeah, they're Goblin Green. Huh. There's Kill Team, 1st edition. Eighth edition. Oh, here's my friend I was just talking about. He was the one from high school who surprised me by telling me, oh, I got 40K. So there he is. We just got done playing a game. Look at all these great games. Gorka Morka, Epic 40K, all this other craziness. Yeah, those were good days, man. Just wanted to show that. Goblin green basage going on. God, they were good times, man. I missed that so much. I'll tell you what, I played 10th edition 40K, and even though it was with Jake and Jesse and myself, it's just still not the same. I don't know why. It just doesn't feel like it. It's like a whole different game. Soulless. But anyway. The games then were not balanced or streamlined, but they were thoughtful and very fun. Yeah, and that was the way to go. It's the way the game should be anyway. What do you think, Clyde? Did you play 40K or Warhammer back in the 90s? Was that you talking about Battletech? No, it doesn't seem the same to me anymore, that's for sure. And I guess it shouldn't. Things are going to change, right? It's normal. But it just seems too commercial, too... I mean, I've said this many times, and specifically with 40K, currently, it is not a grimdark game. I've heard people talk about this on YouTube. It is not a frickin' grimdark game anymore. And it's getting worse. There's actually good guys and stuff in this thing? No. Just, it does, all of it's changing. It's just a totally different thing now. Grim but not dark. Yeah. Well, whatever they call it, it's not the same thing. And that's not just nostalgia talking. It's just the game itself. It doesn't feel like the same game at all. Grim. But I'm sure everybody would tell you that too. All those people that play the old editions and stuff. That's why they play the old stuff. It ain't necessarily because they were better games. Like I've said before, there's better ways of doing things nowadays. But, you know, it's like the game doesn't exist anymore. See what you've done, James. Bringing in these old white dwarfs. It's a good feeling, though. It's a good feeling. It's good to remember that stuff. I got into GW stuff through Fantasy High Elves before 40K. Kind of same with me. I don't know what came first, really, but I didn't play stuff until I played Space Marine First Edition first. That was my first GW game. Advanced Hero Quest and Space Hulk. Those three games, first editions, those are what my first games I played that were Games Workshop. Painted them up, everything. It was just a great time. And then I remember that Warhammer 4th edition, the first box set came out, and that I played with unpainted minis because it seemed overwhelming to me. And it was just me and Jesse. Heck, I played on my floor. There was a scenario in the box that it came with. It was the High Elf Night Goblin box, and it had a scenario in there, and I set that up to play, and I played it on my floor. Unpainted miniatures. And we started painting that stuff up eventually. This was before me and Jesse had anyone to play with. But we really didn't push too hard with it. 40K second edition came out. I bought it somehow. And I don't think we painted a whole lot of it. It wasn't until my friend, the guy I showed you, came into the picture that we actually, oh my gosh, somebody else collects this stuff and paints it? That's what got us to actually start painting stuff and setting up some games. Me, I didn't know what army I liked, so I didn't really get a chance to play. But Jesse, he was doing, I don't know, Blood Angels. Then he got into Chaos. Sean was doing Eldar. Got into Dark Eldar in 3rd edition. Space Wolves, he did Space Wolves. And I'm sitting here with nothing painted. I'm thinking, I've made my decision. I'm going to do orcs. So I started collecting and painting up orcs, but I never got to play with them. So I didn't play much with 2nd edition. I was the one left out. I think I was painting stuff for them, jabronis. And I was more interested in fantasy. And I think that's what I was actually painting. And I think my first army was undead. And of course, this stuff takes forever to do, so I didn't get a lot of games in until much later. So I never really played 2nd edition. But I did 3rd edition because I finally had something painted, and it was Dark Angels of all things. And yeah, so I was distracted by the fantasy stuff before I actually played 40K proper. After that, though, it was like, holy cow, let me play all this mess. And I just started playing all of it. Finally had stuff painted. Yeah. It's a good point. But yeah, Mantic and North Star. The problem with that is that there's no nostalgia there. That's the thing. For me, I have no connection to Mantic. No connection to North Star. No connection to War Games Atlantic. That's the way to go nowadays, but there's nothing there. No connection for me, so using that stuff to play Warhammer is very doable. But there's nothing that stands out for me for that. So that makes a difference. Take the sense of fun and do it yourself and bring it into the games. Yeah. But like I said, that's the way it was back then, and that was Warhammer. And all this other stuff is just copycats. The right way to do it, the old stuff, but it's not the same. Not the same. Doot. Brings a tear to the eye. Even people today that are playing the old stuff, it still isn't the same. Well, let's face it, those days are gone, folks. They're gone. But you're right, James. You're probably on a better frame of mind about this anyway, because at least Mantic has a game that's out and alive, and like Warhammer was back in the day, it's not the same thing at all, but still, it's as close as you can get, and it's a living thing. Outside of that, what do you got? You got the old school gamers trying to bring it back, keep it alive actually, and updating the rules maybe, and that's about it. None of it's the same. But on a good note, I've got my Flames of War almost ready for action. Remember, we got to end streams at high notes. So there's something to look forward to here. Battle reports are coming, folks. It's going to be awesome. My Germans are going to be marching across the French fields once again. Taking out some Shermans. Just like the good old days. Da, 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 da. My favorite. See, I got rid of that beveling going on. You can't really see it, can you? I'm going to touch up all these bases and add a little bit of extra smoothness. Might even put some white glue on there just to seal them in even more. Because they're the edges. I'm going to actually be able to pick these up and move them now. So I might do that. I'm going to put watered down white glue all around the edges of my bases. Just to give them a little extra humph. Yeah. Yeah. It's perfect. Much better. Patch of Shrek. Do 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 do. Thanks for sharing your time with us, Fritz. I'll try and join your live streams more often. Just sitting here coding. You are my friend, and I appreciate you popping in and letting yourself be known. And thanks for joining the Discord too. It's a good little place. A lot of good folks in there. We keep it low key. Oh, James chimes in. Part of it is also how to put it all together. It's true. I always flip my Flames of War bases over and use the underside as the top. I thought about that. Makes it easier to lift the base from the edges. And you're right. I thought about that. You always did that, huh? Wow. I think the edge, it's still beveled, and that still would bother me, I think. It's like I want to see the edge. I just don't want it to not be there, hidden, or I had to see the edge. But I like the way these are turning out, though. Now that that beveling is gone, you can really see it. Just a little more effort. But I thought about that. Flipping them up like that. I kept saying to myself, why did you just buy some let go bases? What are you doing? So I don't know. I mean, seriously, these bases are so much harder to pick up. It's silly. You got to grab the little guys and risk taking paint off or knocking barrels off, which I did a lot of. It just, never liked them. Well, it's too late for me to do that now. I don't know if it's never too late. All right, you guys, let's call it here. I'm going to get something to eat. It's already 7:30. It was a good session. We streamed for 4 hours and 46 minutes, so another long one. I'll be on tomorrow. Jake's going to be with me. It's going to be the Jake and Fritz Marathon. So prepare for that. Hope you could join. Jake could appreciate it. He really enjoyed that stream, you guys that were there. Because he's, he's just 9. Getting used to it, and he wants to be a YouTuber, and he's just getting in the hobby and everything. So it's cool. And yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow. And we'll see what happens. What craziness. Thanks for all the new faces and comments. James, always welcome, my friend. Appreciate the White Dwarfs. It was good to reminisce. And who knows? We'll see what comes of that. I'm going to dig out my old games and start reminiscing more. All right, folks. I'll talk to you later. Just remember, hang in there. You know why? It's only going to get better. We'll talk to you soon.